Picture this: a vast, frozen wasteland, stretching endlessly under a sky heavy with swirling snow, where jagged ice towers loom like silent sentinels, and the wind howls with the voices of forgotten ages. This is the Helkaraxa, the grinding ice, a bridge of terror and hope that once decided the fate of an entire people. At its edge stands Finwa, High King of the Elves, his cloak whipped by the gale, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Behind him, thousands of his kin wait, some with faith, others with fear, while the dwarves, their allies, exchange uneasy glances. The decision to cross this nightmare of shifting ice isn't just a journey, it's a gamble with destiny itself. And today, we're stepping into that story, a tale of courage, sacrifice, and the unbreakable will to forge a new future, no matter the cost. Where are you watching from right now? Is it dawn where you are, or deep in the quiet of night? Let us know in the comments, because this isn't just history. It's a saga that echoes across time, and your presence here makes you part of it. The Helcaraxa wasn't merely a physical challenge, it was a test of spirit. Imagine the weight on Finwa's shoulders as he took that first step onto the ice, knowing one misstep could doom them all. The elves, creatures of starlight and song, were never meant for such a place. Their feet, made for dancing in moonlit glades, now trudged through snowdrifts that whispered of despair. And the dwarves, their stone-cunning minds doubted the very ice beneath them, sensing its treachery. Yet onward they pressed, driven by a vision of a land where the trees were taller, the skies brighter, and the shadows fewer. But here's the question that haunts me. What would you have done in their place? Would you have followed Finwë into the unknown, or would the whispers of doubt have held you back? This is more than a legend. It's a mirror. The Helcaraxa changed everything. It reshaped kingdoms, shattered alliances, and even the gods themselves held their breath as the elves and dwarves battled the elements. And by the end of this video, you'll understand why this frozen hell wasn't just a barrier. It was the crucible that forged the fate of Middle-earth. So settle in, because we're about to walk that ice together, and I promise you'll never see these ancient stories the same way again. The first steps onto the Helcaraxa were like walking on the bones of the earth itself. Each creak and groan beneath their feet, a warning of the ice's hunger. Finwë, as people moved in tight lines, their breath hanging in the air like ghosts, their hands clutching cloaks tighter against the biting wind. Children clung to their parents, elves who had once danced under the stars, now shuffling forward with hollow eyes. Thrain, the dwarf lord, marched at the rear, his brow furrowed as he studied the ice. He'd warned them. This was no place for haste, but Finwë's voice cut through the gale, steady as iron. We do not turn back, and so they pressed on into the teeth of the storm. Then came the sound, a deep, shuddering crack, like the world splitting in two. The ice beneath them shifted, and suddenly, a yawning gap tore through their ranks, swallowing screams. Families were ripped apart in an instant, mothers reaching for children, now stranded on the other side of the widening void. Panic threatened to take hold until Thrain bellowed an order, and the dwarves surged forward, their axes biting into the ice to anchor ropes. The elves, light as shadows, leapt across gaps too wide for any dwarf to bridge, their hands pulling the fallen to safety. In that chaos, something unexpected happened. The dwarves' brute strength and the elves' agility became two halves of a single lifeline. A young elf, dangling over the abyss, was hauled up by a dwarf's calloused hands. A dwarf, his foot trapped, watched as an elf he'd never spoken to risked slipping to free him. This was no alliance of politics or treaties. It was forged in the raw terror of that moment, in the shared understanding that survival here demanded more than pride. Finwë stood at the edge, his cloak flaring like a banner, as the last of the stranded were dragged to solid ice. His people were shaken, yes, but something new flickered in their eyes. The dwarves, too, exchanged glances that spoke louder than words. The Helkeraxa had tried to break them. Instead, it had shown them the truth. Alone, they were vulnerable. Together, they might just defy the ice itself, but the crossing was far from over. Ahead lay miles of shifting flows, storms that could blind them in an instant, and cold so deep it seeped into the soul. And Finwë knew this was only the beginning of the trials that would define them all. The sky above the Helcaraxa had always been cruel, a ceiling of gray so thick it smothered the stars. But now, something new flickered at the edges of that gloom. Streaks of emerald and gold twisted through the clouds like serpents of light, pulsing in time with the distant thunder of cracking ice. The elves froze, their faces upturned, whispers spreading like wildfire. "The Valor are speaking," murmured Galadriel, her voice barely louder than the wind. Her fingers traced the air as if reading invisible threads. They paint the sky with grief. To go further is to defy their warning. Thrain snorted, stomping his boots deeper into the snow. "Pretty lights won't freeze a dwarf's bones faster than this wind," he growled. "The ice plays tricks, nothing more." But even as he spoke, a jagged bolt of crimson split the heavens, illuminating the fear in his own people's eyes. The dwarves shifted, their hands tightening on their axes. They trusted stone, not sky. Yet here, the earth itself was untrustworthy. Finwë stood between them, his cloak snapping like a wounded bird. The debate raged around him, seers pleading for caution, warriors snarling about wasted time. Every moment spent arguing was another hour of dwindling supplies, another step closer to the ice's next betrayal. But the real danger wasn't the cold or the cracks. It was the way the group's unity frayed with every colored flash overhead. The elves began clustering around Galadriel, their songs shifting into prayers. The dwarves circled Thrain, their voices low and sharp as chisels. Then came the sound no one expected: laughter. Young Fingon, barely past his first century, stepped forward, his breath clouding the air. "Since when do the children of Iluvatar cower from stained glass?" He gestured upward, where the auroras writhed. "If the gods wished to stop us, they'd send more than a light show." The boldness of it, the sheer irreverence, stunned the crowd into silence. Even Thrain's beard twitched in something like approval, but Galadriel's eyes darkened. "Pride blinds quicker than any storm," she said softly. Yet Finwë, after a long moment, placed a hand on Fingon's shoulder. "We chose this path, not the valor. Not the ice." His words were firm, but his gaze lingered on the heavens, where the lights now throbbed a violent purple. The decision was made. They would march. As the column trudged onward, the auroras chased them, painting their shadows in unnatural hues. The elves kept their hoods up, as if avoiding the gaze of unseen watchers. The dwarves hunched their shoulders, muttering about wasted time, and Finwë, he walked with his chin high, but his knuckles were white around his spear. The message was clear. Defiance had a cost. Somewhere beyond the ice, the gods were keeping score. The wind carried more than just the bite of cold. It carried whispers. At first, the elves blamed the shifting ice, the way it groaned and sighed like a living thing. But then the shadows started moving at the edges of their fires, just beyond the reach of the flickering light. Tall, slender shapes that stood too still to be tricks of the storm. Scouts returning from the perimeter spoke in hushed tones of figures carved from ice, their faces smooth and featureless, watching from the ridges. No footprints marked the snow where they'd stood. Finwë tightened his grip on his spear, his breath curling in the frigid air. "Keep the children close," he ordered. "Double the watch," but commands couldn't stop the dread seeping into the camp. The dwarves, usually pragmatic, began etching warding runes into their armor. Even Thrain, who'd scoffed at the auroras, now paused often to scan the horizon. His eyes narrowed. The elves sang less, their melodies replaced by the nervous clatter of gear and the too loud crackle of fires. Then, on the third night, the first disappearance. A young elf named Lyrian, barely past her 50th winter, had gone to gather snow for melting and never returned. Her footprints ended abruptly in the middle of an untouched drift, as if she'd been plucked from the air. The search party found nothing, not even a scrap of her cloak. But when they turned back, one of the scouts swore he saw a glint of blue eyes in the dark, high up on an ice spire, gone before he could point. The camp erupted in theories. Galadriel insisted the Watchers were Mayar, spirits sent by the Valor to test them. Thrain muttered about old dwarf tales, stories of frost giants who lured wanderers into endless white. But Fingon, ever bold, tossed a chunk of ice into the fire. "If they wanted us dead, we'd be dead," he said. His voice was steady, but his fingers trembled as he stirred the flames. Finwa said nothing. He stared into the blizzard, his face unreadable. The truth was, no one knew what lurked in the Helcaraxa's heart. Were these beings guides, sent to shepherd them through the waste? Or were they the ice itself, hungering for warmth, for life? That uncertainty was the real danger, because fear, once kindled, was harder to outrun than any creature of the cold. And with every step deeper into that frozen hell, the shadows at their backs grew bolder. Thrain's axe slammed into the ice with a crack that echoed across the frozen waste, splitting not just the ground beneath them, but the fragile trust between elf and dwarf. His voice, usually gruff but measured, now carried a razor's edge. "You call this leadership?" he spat, gesturing to the tremors beneath their feet, the distant wails of the wind. "Your pride blinds you, Finwë. My people will not march to their graves for a fool's errand." The dwarves behind him shifted, their faces hard as the mountains they'd left behind. Finwë's jaw tightened. Every instinct as a king demanded he command obedience, but the words stuck in his throat. He'd seen the way the dwarves patched cracks in the ice before they widened, how their instincts for the earth's whispers had saved lives. Yet here he stood, watching as Thrain turned his back, his people falling into step behind him without a second glance. The column of dwarves carved a new path westward, their boots crunching in deliberate unison, a rhythm that mocked the elves' stumbling progress. The moment they vanished into the blizzard, the Helkeraxa seemed to exhale. The ice groaned louder, fissures spider webbing where none had been before. An elf child yelped as the ground lurched, her mother barely snatching her back from a sudden crevasse. Without the dwarves' quick hands to brace the crumbling edges, the elves were left scrambling, their agility useless against the terrain's betrayal. Galadriel's voice cut through the chaos, sharp with accusation. "You let them go. It wasn't a question." Finwa's hands flexed at his sides, his pride warring with the truth gnawing at his ribs. He'd been so certain the Valor's warnings were tests, so sure his vision of a new homeland justified any risk. But now, with the dwarves gone, the cold seeped deeper, not just into bones, but into the space where camaraderie had been. That night, the fires burned low. The elves huddled closer, their songs muted, their eyes darting to the darkness where Thrain's people should have stood guard. Finwa paced the perimeter, his breath fogging the air. Each step echoed with the same realization. The Helkaraxa didn't just demand strength or courage. It demanded humility, and that was the lesson he'd learned too late. But the ice didn't care for regrets. As the wind howled, something new echoed beneath it, a sound like grinding stone, like laughter. The watchers in the dark were closer now, and for the first time, Finwa wondered if the real test hadn't been the crossing at all, but whether they'd survive it fractured. The ice had a voice now, a low, grinding whisper that rose into a roar as the shelf beneath them shuddered and split. One moment, the elves were trudging forward, their boots sinking into fresh snow. The next, the world dropped away in a chaos of splintering white. Screams cut through the wind as a dozen figures vanished into the abyss, their hands clawing at air. Supplies, food, tools, the last of their meager firewood, disappeared with them, swallowed whole by the Helcarax's hunger. Those left standing stumbled back, their faces pale with horror. The dwarves would have sensed this, a survivor muttered. Thrain would have known. Finwa stood at the edge of the new crevasse, his cloak whipping like a tattered banner. Below, darkness swallowed the echoes of the fallen. No ropes remained to attempt a rescue, no time to mourn. Around him, the surviving elves clutched each other, their breath shallow, their eyes hollow. The children were worst, silent where they should have been laughing, their small frames shaking not just from cold, but from a fear too deep for tears. That night, around a fire built from broken sledges, the truth settled like frost. Rations were halved, then halved again. A single water skin had to last 5 mouths. The maps, painstakingly drawn on cured hides, were gone along with the scouts who knew them by heart. Even the stars, their ancient guides, hid behind the storm's veil. Desperation was a living thing now, gnawing at their resolve. Whispers spread, turn back, beg the Valor's forgiveness, accept the ice's verdict. Finwa listened, his face unreadable in the firelight. Then he stood, and the crackle of flames seemed to hush. "We do not kneel to snow," he said, his voice rough but unwavering. "Not after all we've lost." His gaze swept over them, the elders with their chapped lips, the warriors with their blunted spears, the mothers cradling children who no longer asked when the cold would end. Something in his bearing shifted, the weight of kingship pressing down not as a crown, but as a shared burden. "We send scouts ahead," he declared, "the swiftest, the sharpest-eyed. They will find us a path, or carve one." A murmur rippled through the camp. To go alone into the Helcarax's heart was death. Every elf knew it. Yet one by one, hands rose young Fingon, his usual smirk replaced by grim resolve. Galadriel, her silver hair braided tight for battle. Even a handful of volunteers barely passed their first century, their fear outweighed by loyalty. Finwë's throat tightened as he clasped each forearm, his grip lingering a breath too long. These were not just scouts. They were sacrifices offered to the ice's mercy. As dawn bled into the sky, the chosen few strapped on what little gear remained. No fanfare followed their departure, only the crunch of their footsteps fading into the white, and the unspoken plea hanging heavy in the air. Bring us home, or die trying. Behind them, the camp waited, the silence broken only by the wind's mocking song. Finwë stared at the horizon, his hands clenched at his sides. The gamble was made. Now the Helkaraxa would answer. Galadriel's fingers went rigid around the amulet at her throat, her breath hitching as her eyes rolled back white as the snow around them. The trance took her like a fist to the chest, knocking her to her knees. Around her, the elves recoiled, murmurs of alarm rippling through the ranks. But she saw none of it. Instead, the Helcaraxa melted away, replaced by fire and shadow, two roads unfurling before her mind's eye. One path glittered with the light of 1,000 stars, but beneath its beauty lay bones. So many bones, crushed under the weight of a crown she almost didn't recognize. The other path twisted into darkness, thorned and whispering, yet at its end, a single sapling, its leaves untouched by frost. Her lips moved without sound, shaping words not meant for mortal ears. Then the vision shattered, and she gasped back into her body, her hands trembling against the ice. Finwa was at her side in an instant, his grip firm on her shoulder. "Speak," he demanded, his voice low. The camp had gone still, even the wind holding its breath. Galadriel's gaze found his, her pupils still dilated with the afterimage of fate. "A fork in the road," she rasped. "One leads to glory and annihilation, the other to suffering, but life." Her nails dug into her palms. "There's something ahead. A choice, and it will cost us more than we know." Finwë's jaw tightened. "Visions are the Valor's tricks," he muttered, turning away. "We need scouts, not prophecies." But the doubt in his eyes betrayed him. 3 days later, the scouts returned haggard, their lips blue with cold. The news was worse than feared. A chasm wider than a river split the ice ahead, its edges crumbling even as they'd watched. No way around, no way across, just a void yawning into the heart of the world. The camp erupted. Some cried to turn back, to face the Valor's wrath rather than the ice's hunger. Others argued for pressing forward, even if it meant throwing themselves into the abyss. Finwë stood apart, his face a mask, while Galadriel's words coiled around his thoughts like smoke. A choice, a sacrifice. Then, from the back of the crowd, a voice cut through the chaos. We could call them. It was Fingon, his cheeks hollow but his eyes alight. "The eagles, the Valor's messengers, they've answered elves before." Silence, then laughter bitter, disbelieving. "And what would we offer them?" someone spat. "Our frozen corpses." But Galadriel stepped forward, her voice quiet yet carrying. "Not corpses," she said. "A song." Finwë's head snapped up, the oldest magic, the first gift of their kind. Music woven with intent, strong enough to pierce the veil between worlds. But such a plea would be heard not just by eagles, but by the very powers they defied. It would be surrender, begging. The wind howled, sharp with the scent of impending storm. Finwa closed his eyes. Somewhere beyond the ice, the gods waited, their hands outstretched not in wrath, but in terrible patience. The choice was here. And it would define them all. The ground erupted before the first scream could leave their lips, a geyser of molten rock and steam, tearing through the ice like a spear through flesh. The heat hit like a fist, searing lungs with every gasp. As the elves stumbled back, their cloaks smoking, Finwa's shout was lost in the roar, but his actions weren't. He flung out his arms, and a shimmering barrier of silver light flared to life around the children and elders. Other elves followed, weaving their magic into the shield, their faces contorted with strain. The barrier held, but the cost was written in their trembling limbs, the way their voices frayed as they chanted. This wasn't just fire, it was fury, the land itself spitting them out like poison. Then, through the curtain of steam and falling embers, a familiar silhouette emerged. Thrain and his dwarves, their beards singed, their axes raised against the inferno. Their own escape route had collapsed, swallowed by a river of lava. For a heartbeat, the two leaders stared at each other across the hellscape, the unspoken truth hanging between them. Pride was a luxury the ice had stolen. Thrain barked an order, and the dwarves surged forward, their thick hands digging into the melting ground. Tunnels, he roared over the chaos. We carve under the flow. The elves hesitated. Digging meant trusting the earth beneath them, trusting the dwarves' stubbornness over their own fading magic. But Finwa's nod was all it took. The shield flickered as the chanters dropped to their knees, their strength spent, and the dwarves didn't wait. Their axes struck in unison, hacking at the softened ice, their muscles corded with effort. Galadriel slumped against a boulder, her palms raw from channeling power. "This is no accident," she panted, her eyes reflecting the firelight like twin coals. The Helkeraxa fights back. It always has. Fingon, half dragging a limping comrade, shot her a wild grin. "Then let's give it a fight worth remembering." The dwarves' tunnel was crude, barely wide enough for a single file, its walls slick with meltwater, but it was a path. As the last elf vanished into the dark, Finwa turned to Thrain. No words passed between them, just a clasp of forearms, gripped tight enough to bruise. The ice groaned beneath them, a reminder that survival, for now, was enough. But the vents still belched fire behind them, and the road ahead was black as a promise unkept. The molten rivers twisted through the ice like serpents of fire, their glow painting the survivors' faces in flickering shades of crimson and gold. Thrain spat into the nearest stream, watching his saliva vanish with a hiss. "Dwarf work won't last 10 breaths on that," he growled, jerking his chin toward the chasm ahead. But his fingers were already moving, sketching rough shapes in the soot-covered snow arches, supports, calculations muttered under his breath. Finwa crouched beside him, his cloak's edge smoldering where embers had kissed it. "Your stone craft," he said slowly, "paired with our light." He pressed a hand to the ice, and where his fingers touched, a pale blue radiance seeped into the frozen ground, hardening it to glassy clarity. Thrain's eyes narrowed, then grudgingly he nodded. They worked in tense silence, dwarves hauling slabs of ice reforged by elven magic into precarious pillars, elves weaving shimmering barriers to shield the workers from the heat. Every interaction was a negotiation, Thrain barking orders, Finwë offering adjustments, both men's voices fraying with exhaustion. Yet something unexpected threaded through the friction. The dwarves began leaving gaps in their construction where they knew elven grace would be needed. The elves, in turn, tempered their spells to complement dwarven strength rather than override it. A young dwarf mason, his beard singed short, even chuckled when an elf vaulted onto his shoulders to secure a keystone. Like stacking birds on boulders, he grumbled, but there was no malice in it. The bridge rose crooked but sturdy, its surface a mosaic of frost and dwarven runes, its arches singing faintly with elven hymns. As the first testers crossed, Thrain's heaviest warrior, beside Finwa's lightest scout, the structure held. Not a triumph, a truce. Then the ice shuddered, not the familiar groan of shifting flows, but a deep, resonant pulse, as if the Helcaraxa itself had taken a breath. The bridge trembled. Far below, in the black depths beneath the chasm, something moved, a shadow vaster than the rift, its edges indistinct but unmistakably alive. The dwarves froze, their hands flying to their axes. The elves went preternaturally still, their eyes wide. Even the molten rivers seemed to hesitate, their flow stuttering. Finwa's voice cut through the silence, quieter than the snow settling around them. "We do not stop." His gaze locked with Thrain's, and for the first time, there was no challenge in it. Only understanding. Whatever lay beneath, it was awake now, and it knew they were there. The last of the survivors hurried across, their footsteps too loud on the enchanted ice. Behind them, the bridge held, but the darkness beneath it deepened, as if something watched them go. The earth heaved like a living thing, tossing elves and dwarves to their knees as a sound like continents, breaking split the air. Then the ice itself rose not in shards or shelves, but as a towering figure of jagged frost and ancient stone, its limbs cracking into existence with the slow, terrible grace of an avalanche given form. Eyes the color of a winter moon's heart fixed on the survivors, and when it spoke, the words were glaciers calving, each syllable sending tremors through the ground. Defilers, the accusation hung in the air, sharp as the icicles fanging its maw. You tread where only the dead are permitted. Finwë staggered forward, his palms upturned in the elven gesture of peace, though his pulse roared in his ears. "Great One, we meant no lies." The creature's voice shattered the nearest ice spires, sending them crashing down like spears. A dwarf barely rolled clear in time. The Helkeraxa remembers. It remembers the blood of the earth you stole, the songs you silenced. Its massive hand, more cliff than limb, swept toward the group. A toll is owed. The demand unfolded like a death sentence. One life freely given, or none would pass. No bargaining, no tricks. The silence that followed was worse than the creature's roar. Eyes darted elves to dwarves, dwarves to elves, each face a mask of dawning horror. Galadriel's fingers twitched toward her dagger, not to fight, but to measure its weight against her own wrist. Thrain's knuckles whitened around his axe, his mind racing through old tales of dwarven kings who'd bargained with mountain spirits. Even Fingon, ever reckless, stood frozen, his breath coming too fast. Then came the sound no one expected, a child's whimper. Little Elenial, barely tall enough to grip her mother's cloak, had stumbled forward, her cheeks streaked with tears. I'll go, she whispered, her voice trembling. If it saves everyone. Her mother's scream was a raw, broken thing, but before she could lunge, Finwë was moving. He stepped between the girl and the creature, his crownless head high. You mistake us, he said, and for the first time, his voice carried no kingly command, only sorrow. We are not thieves. We are refugees, fleeing darkness. If a life is the price, take mine. The words hung in the air, heavier than the ice above them. The creature studied him, its gaze piercing as midwinter dawn. Then it laughed, a sound that made the very air crystallize. A king's sacrifice, how quaint. It leaned closer, its breath frosting Finwë's skin. But the Helcaraxa cares not for titles, only balance. Its hand spread over the group, casting them in shadow. Choose, or I will. The true horror wasn't the threat. It was the way the group fractured in that moment. Some elves edged backward, their eyes darting toward the weakest among them. A cluster of dwarves formed a tight circle, their muttered words too low to hear. And Finwë, he stood motionless, his mind screaming what his lips could not, that no choice here would leave them unbroken. Then, from the back, a rasping voice cut through the tension. Enough. Thrain shoved forward, his beard crusted with ice, his eyes burning. You want a life. Take an old dwarfs. I've weathered enough winters. He spat at the creature's feet. But know this, we crossed your cursed ice as allies. If you take one, you answer to both our peoples. The creature went very still. For 3 heartbeats, the only sound was the wind howling through the pass. Then it straightened, its voice dropping to a whisper like snow settling. An offering and a threat, how interesting. Its fingers twitched, and the ground beneath Thrain's feet began to glow not with heat, but with a light so cold it seared. The dwarves roared, surging forward, but the creature's glare froze them mid-step. The bargain is struck. Finwë lunged, his hand closing around Thrain's arm, only to recoil as the contact burned like touching naked frost. The dwarf didn't scream, didn't struggle, just met Finwë's gaze with a look that said what words couldn't. This is how kings lead. Then the light flared, blinding white, and when it faded, Thrain and the creature were gone. Only a single, perfect icicle remained, jutting from the ground like a dagger, and etched into its surface, clear as a craftsman's mark, were 2 intertwined runes, one elven, one dwarven. The Helkeraxa had taken its toll, but it had also, for the first time, acknowledged their unity. Galadriel's breath fogged the air as she stepped forward, her bare palms raised toward the towering guardian. The others flinched, expecting her to be struck down, but she didn't plead or bargain. Instead, she spoke softly, as if sharing a secret. "You're not a jailer," she murmured. "You're a mirror." The creature's glacial eyes flickered, and for the first time, its rage seemed to waver. Galadriel pressed on, her voice gaining strength. "You don't want our lives. You want proof we're more than the sum of our fear." The guardian's massive head tilted, icicles cracking like twigs underfoot. "Explain." She turned to the huddled survivors, elves clutching broken heirlooms, dwarves gripping tools blackened by fire. "A memory," she said, "something that binds us to the past. Leave it here, and the ice will know we've shed what weighed us down." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. A dwarf woman hissed, "You'd have us carve out our own hearts." But Finwë, still kneeling where Thrain had vanished, lifted his gaze. His fingers went to the silver circlet hidden beneath his cloak, the last remnant of his lost kingdom. Without a word, he placed it on the snow. The metal fogged over instantly, as if the ice were drinking its history. One by one, the others followed. A dwarven smith surrendered a locket containing his daughter's first tooth. An elf maiden laid down a vial of starlight collected from her homeland's sky. Even Fingon, ever defiant, relinquished the dagger his father had forged for him, its blade etched with promises of glory. Each offering sank into the snow as if swallowed by an unseen hand, leaving no trace but a hollow ache in the giver's chest. When the last token vanished, the guardian exhaled, a sigh that carried the scent of thawing rivers. The Helcaraxa is satisfied, it rumbled, then it simply stepped aside. The path ahead lay open, the blizzard parting like a curtain to reveal a slope of unbroken white leading downward. Not to safety, but to possibility. No one cheered. The cost was too fresh, too intimate. Galadriel pressed a hand to her ribs where her own offering had been. A dream of ruling a golden city, now dissolved into the wind. Around her, elves and dwarves touched empty pockets or stared at their scarred hands, learning the shape of absence. But as they trudged forward, something unexpected happened. The snow beneath their feet grew lighter, almost buoyant. The air lost its knife's edge, and though no one spoke of it, they all felt it. The ice had taken their pasts. But in return, it had given them room to breathe. The green on the horizon wasn't a mirage. It was a taunt. After months of white, the emerald smear of land beyond the ice should have sent them sprinting. But the Helkeraxa had one last lesson to teach. Hope was just another kind of hunger. The storm hit like a hammerfall, black clouds swallowing the sky in seconds. Hail the size of fists shattered against the ice, each impact a reminder that the wilderness wouldn't release them gently. Finwë's shout was ripped away by the gale, but his actions weren't. He seized the nearest dwarf groin, who'd once spat at his feet, and locked their arms together. No words, just the press of frozen mail against elven skin, a silent pact. One by one, the others followed. Elves who'd flinched at dwarven roughness now gripped their shoulders like anchors. Dwarves who'd mocked elven frailty braced themselves as living shields against the wind. Galadriel wove their cloaks into a canopy with trembling fingers, the fabric stiffening with ice even as she sang. Fingon, ever reckless, laughed into the storm's teeth, his free hand gripping a dwarf child's mittened fist. The tempest screamed louder, as if furious at their defiance. It ripped away supplies, tore at hair and beards, turned every step into a battle, but the chain of bodies held. Then the ice cracked, not beneath them, but around them, a circle of purity, untouched by the storm's rage, as if the Helkaraxa itself had drawn a line. The hail still fell, the wind still howled, but here, in this fragile ring of defiance, the air was still. Finwë's breath fogged the space between him and groin, their faces inches apart. The dwarf's eyes were bloodshot, his nose broken from a flying chunk of ice, but he didn't let go. Ahead, through the curtain of white, the green land beckoned. Closer now, real, the storm wasn't stopping them. It was hurting them, pushing them toward the edge where ice met earth, where the choice would finally be made, cross as refugees or turn back as fools. Finwa tightened his grip. Together, he rasped, though no one could hear it. Together, they stepped forward, not away from the storm, but through it. The last yards were agony, their muscles burning, their breath ragged. But the moment Finwa's boot sank into soft, thawing soil instead of ice, the wind died as suddenly as it had risen. Behind them, the Helkeraxa raged on, a wall of white fury. Ahead, sunlight, grass, the scent of pine. No one cheered. They simply stood there, swaying, their linked arms the only thing keeping them upright. The ice had taken their strength, their pride, their dead, but it had given them this, the unshakable knowledge that some bonds, once forged in frost, could never be broken. The silence after the storm was deafening. No wind, no cracking ice, just the ragged sound of their own breathing as the survivors stood on the first patch of bare earth they'd felt in months. The grass beneath Finwa's boots was brittle, yellowed as if scorched by invisible fire, and the trees in the distance leaned at unnatural angles, their trunks split open like wounds. This wasn't the lush haven whispered about in their tales. This land bore the marks of something far older and far angrier than the Helcaraxa. Galadriel was the first to sense it. Her fingers brushed a half-melted puddle, and the water recoiled from her touch, rippling against its own edges. "The Valor have been here," she murmured. Not just their footprints, their fury. The air itself hummed with a tension, thicker than the storm's aftermath, charged with the echo of divine blows. Even the sunlight felt borrowed, falling in thin, hesitant streaks between the clouds, as if afraid to illuminate what lay ahead. Fingon kicked a chunk of blackened rock, sending it skittering across the broken ground. "So much for gratitude," he muttered. "We bleed our way across that frozen hell, and this is our welcome." But his bravado faltered as his gaze caught on the horizon. There, etched into the side of a distant mountain, was a silhouette too vast to be natural, a handprint. Fingers splayed as if some colossal being had tried to steady itself mid-fall. The dwarves shifted uneasily, recognizing the shape at once. Durin's beard, groin breathed. "That's no landslide, that's a god's stumble." Finwa said nothing. His eyes traced the scars in the earth, the way the rivers ran backward in places, defying gravity. This wasn't just a battleground, it was a message. The Valor had warred here, and the land still trembled from their passing. Every twisted root, every sulfur-scented breeze whispered the same truth. Their struggle on the ice had been a test. The real trial began now. A child's gasp broke the stillness. Little Elenial pointed skyward, where a flock of birds, no, not birds, creatures of living shadow, wheeled in silent circles. Their wings made no sound, their feathers drinking the light. Even the dwarves, who'd laughed at elven omens, gripped their weapons tighter. Galadriel's voice was barely audible. "They are not watching us, they're waiting." The group instinctively drew closer, shoulders brushing, the old divisions forgotten. Behind them, the Helkeraxa loomed like a reproach, its ice gleaming under the sickly sun. Ahead, only the unknown, shaped by powers beyond their reckoning. Finwa adjusted the empty space on his belt, where his circlet had once hung. He'd left his crown on the ice. Now he'd need something far sharper to navigate the scars of the gods, and so they stepped forward, not toward sanctuary, but into the echo of a war they didn't yet understand. The wind carried the taste of metal and old blood. Somewhere beyond the broken hills, something vast stirred. The Helkaraxa had been a crucible. This would be the anvil. The sky tore open with a light that had no warmth, only brilliance, searing away the last remnants of the storm's gloom. A figure stepped from the radiance, his robes woven from the winds themselves, his eyes holding the depth of a sky untouched by time. Finwë, Lord of the Valor, stood before them, and the earth trembled not in fear, but recognition. His voice, when it came, was the whisper of a breeze through summer leaves and the roar of a hurricane combined. "You crossed the unkindness of ice," he said, each syllable resonating in their bones. "But the Helcaraxa was never your true trial." Finwë's knees struck the earth first, not in submission, but in exhaustion, his body finally acknowledging what his spirit had carried for months. Around him, elves and dwarves followed, their postures a mix of reverence and defiance. Even now, after all they'd lost, their spines stayed straight. Finwë's gaze lingered on the empty spaces in their ranks, the absences carved by crevices and fire. The price was paid, he acknowledged, though his tone held no pity. And so the balance shifts. A pulse of light rippled outward from his outstretched hand, painting the air with visions, towering forests where silver-barked trees hummed with ancient songs, mountains veined with ore that sang when struck, rivers running clear as memory. "To the elves I give the woods," Finwë declared. "To the dwarves the stone. Rule them wisely, but know this, the light dimmed, replaced by swirling shadows that coiled at the edges of the vision. Your strength was born in the ice. If it fractures, so too shall the world." Galadriel's breath caught. The warning wasn't just for kings or chieftains. It was for every survivor, a thread of responsibility stitched into their souls. Fingon, ever impulsive, opened his mouth, perhaps to protest, perhaps to demand guarantees, but a glance from Finwë silenced him. This was no bargain. This was gravity. Finwë's form began to dissolve, his edges blending into the sky. Yet his final words lingered, heavy as a crown. "You carry more than your own fate now." Then he was gone, leaving behind not silence, but a new kind of quiet, the hush of a bowstring pulled taut, an arrow not yet loosed. The dwarves were the first to rise, their hands brushing the earth as if testing its solidity. Groin hefted his pickaxe, eyeing the distant peaks with a mix of hunger and dread. The elves gathered closer, their fingers brushing the hilts of swords they hadn't drawn in months. The land ahead was theirs, the shadows in the vision, those belonged to something else entirely. Finwë turned his face to the sun, feeling its warmth for the first time in an age. The gods had spoken. Now the real work began. The first rays of dawn painted the horizon in streaks of gold and crimson, a sight so achingly beautiful after months of ice and shadow that several elves wept openly. Yet the light revealed the fractures beneath the surface, the way dwarves and elves now stood apart, their postures stiff with unspoken tension. Finwë watched as Groin gathered his kin, their axes slung over shoulders, still bearing scars from the Helkeraxa. No farewells were exchanged, only curt nods, as if speaking might unravel the fragile peace, forged in fire and frost. Galadriel lingered at Finwë's side, her fingers tracing the empty space where her amulet had once rested. The weight of Finwë's warning clung to her like a second skin. "They'll forget," she murmured. "The dwarves will burrow into their mountains, and we'll lose ourselves in the forests." The ice taught us nothing if we let it end like this. Her voice was raw, not with anger, but with a terrible certainty. Finwë exhaled slowly, his breath stirring the petals of a wildflower, pushing through the cracked earth. Life stubborn enough to survive even here. He thought of Thrain's sacrifice, the way his hand had burned with cold resolve as he stepped into the light. Then we remind them, he said at last. His gaze followed the dwarven column as it vanished into the foothills, their songs already shifting into the deep, resonant chants of stone and forge. Not with words, with deeds. A child's laughter rang out a lineal, chasing a butterfly with a dwarven toddler whose name none of the elves had learned. The two stumbled into a patch of clover, their joy unburdened by the weight of kingdoms or oaths. Galadriel's resolve hardened as she watched them. The gods had spoken of balance, but children knew the truth. Unity wasn't a pact. It was a habit, worn into the marrow like the rhythm of breath. She turned to Finwë, her eyes reflecting the dawn. "I won't let the forests make us strangers," she vowed. Then she did something no elf had done since the first days of the crossing. She knelt beside a dwarf, pressing her palm to the earth where their footsteps had mingled in the mud. "Tell your people this," she said to the astonished mason beside her. "When the trees whisper, they'll speak your names, and when your hammers fall, the roots will remember." The dwarves hesitated, their distrust as thick as mountain rock. Then Groin, ever stubborn, spat into his palm and extended it. Finwë clasped it without flinching, their grip sealing what the ice had begun. No treaties, no oaths, just two hands calloused and scarred, refusing to let go. As the groups parted, the wind carried the scent of pine and iron, of two worlds straining toward the light. The road ahead was uncharted, the gods' shadows long, but somewhere beyond the trees, beyond the stone, the Helcaraxa's lesson endured. Survival was a choice. And this time, they would choose together. Decades had dulled the memory of the Helcaraxa's bite, but its scars remained, not just in the frost-etched lines around Finwë's eyes, or the way dwarven elders still rubbed their knuckles when the wind turned cold. The real marks were carved into the land itself. Elven cities now cradled dwarven forged gates, their silver filigree woven with runes of endurance. Dwarven halls echoed with elven ballads, the melodies softening the edges of stone. Trade routes crisscrossed the wilderness like threads in a tapestry, each caravan a living rebuttal to the ice's old cruelty. Yet shadows pooled where the light didn't reach. In the dim corners of taverns, murmurs slithered between tankards, tales of forests where the trees whispered warnings, of mines where the ore rang hollow, as if something beneath the earth were laughing. The gods had promised dominion, but never safety. Galadriel felt it most keenly. While others built, she wandered, her feet carrying her to the edges of maps, where the ink blurred into uncertainty. On the eve of the 100th summer since the crossing, she stood by a mountain pool, its surface so still it might have been glass. The reflection staring back wasn't her own. Faces flickered beneath the water, elves with crowns of fire, dwarves clad in shadows, battles yet to be fought in glades and chasms no axe or song had touched. A voice that wasn't a voice coiled up from the depths. "You passed the first trial. The next will not be so kind." Behind her, the wind stirred the leaves of a young sapling, its roots cradling a shard of ice that had never melted. The Helkaraxa was gone, Its lessons were not, and the gods, watching from beyond the veil, folded their hands and waited. The wind carries more than the scent of pine and thawing earth. It carries the weight of choices made on ice that will echo through ages yet to come. Finwë's footprints, once buried in snow, now mark the foundations of towers where elven banners snap against the sky. Thrain's absence lingers in the dwarven halls, his name spoken in the clang of hammers striking anvils, a rhythm as steady as a heartbeat. And Galadriel, she walks the edge of dreams, her fingers brushing leaves that shiver with prophecies not yet fully formed. The Helcaraxa didn't just test their bodies, it forged their souls into something sharper, something capable of carving futures from the unknown. Look closer at the land they've claimed, those silver-barked trees the valor promised. Their roots twine around dwarven-crafted plinths, their branches heavy with fruit that tastes like starlight and soot. The mountains, too, bear witness. Their deepest minds now hum with elven songs, melodies that coax precious metals from the rock with less effort and more joy. Even the rivers run differently here, their currents bending around shared bridges, their waters clear enough to reflect both elven grace and dwarven grit. This isn't just survival, it's alchemy. The ice took their pasts and gave them back something stranger, a chance to rewrite the rules, yet the shadows beneath this new world stretch long. Children still startle at the howl of winter winds, their nightmares full of gaping crevices and faceless watchers. Elders trace the scars on their arms, remembering the burn of molten rock and the sting of betrayal. And when the auroras flare overhead, those same eerie lights that once warned them back, elves and dwarves alike pause, their laughter dying mid-breath. The Helkeraxa is gone, but its lessons are etched into their bones. Unity isn't a victory, it's a practice, as relentless as the grind of glaciers. The tale doesn't end with kingdoms rising or songs of triumph. It ends with a dwarf and an elf standing shoulder to shoulder on a windswept ridge, watching the first snow of the season dust the distant peaks. No words pass between them. None are needed. The ice taught them the language of silence, of trust earned drop by drop, like water wearing through stone. Behind them, fires burn in hearths built for sharing. Ahead, the unknown, always the unknown. But this time, they face it not as refugees or rivals, but as something the world hasn't seen before. A people who have learned that the coldest fires forge the strongest bonds. And so the wind whispers, not in warning, but in witness. From ice, ash, from ash, roots, and from roots, stories that will outlast even the gods who thought to test them.
you.